Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the day. We're gonna start with this black bowl over here, this low bowl on the table. And so, in order to create a low bowl similar to that one there, the process it starts by dipping into the furnace. Trent has dipped into the furnace already and blown into the end of the pipe. After he blows into there's an illustration of the furnace there. As you can see, the furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. After he dips into the furnace, and then he'll blow into the end of the pipe, and that small starter bubble is the catalyst for all things hollow made in glass. So it can start, pretty tiny and continue to be blown out as long as we continue to gather the glass around the end of the pipe. So as we work, they'll go in and out of the reheating chamber that's in front. The reheating chamber is about 2,300 degrees and is powered by natural gas and forced air. And it's only designed to heat the glass up. There's hollow fire bricks within that barrel that can withstand the high temperatures. So what he's doing is he's bringing over a piece of black color bar. It looks orange because it's hot. And then he'll go in with his diamond shears, and in one snip, he'll release the extra materials. So now what he'll do is he'll get that bit nice and hot, that little bit of glass. He'll get it nice and hot, roll it all the way back towards the end of the pipe, and it'll cover the entire clear bubble. So this is known as a color overlay. That's how we get a solid finish. Similar to the black bowl there on the table, that is how we get solid color applied to the surface of glass. My name is Emily, and if you all have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to answer your question. So now we'll dip back into the furnace to gather more glass around that color overlay that we laid on top of the clear bubble. So in order for the black bowl to become black, we had to put a little bit of color on top of a clear bubble. Then we're going to add more clear around it so we can continue to expand the bubble. So he dipped into the furnace, he gathered more glass. It looks orange because it's hot. The glass inside of the furnace rests at about 2,100 degrees. So whenever there's like bubbles inside the glass, they'll pluck at the glass and then shear it out to release the bubbles. And then in with the bowl is a hollowed out piece of fruit wood that has been soaking in water to protect the integrity of the wood and then the surface of the glass. When you're making or when you're blowing glass, you want for the walls on the outside to be chilled and even, so well rounded. So then when you blow into it and that core is nice and hot, it all expands evenly. So with those jacks, he'll carve into the glass. And so right now he's creating a jack line. This is a line of tension. It's also a reference point. It'll help indicate the bottom of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. And then in with those papers. The papers are just folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water. He'll blow into the end of the pipe to expand the bubble, and as the bubble expands, Trent will use the papers to help guide the glass. We have a few events coming up in the month of July. July 19th, we'll be at Summerfest in Lakewood with flame working tables. So if you have any interest in learning about flame working, that is tabletop glass making with torches. So we'll be in Lakewood from 11 to 6 with the Summerfest. City of Lakewood, and then also we will be at Seattle Art Fair with Pilchuck Glass School. We'll have a joint booth, and we will have live glass blowing demonstrations, and that's July 17th through the 21st. And so if you're going to be at those events, be sure to stop by our booths. Currently in the hot shop, we're making low bowls. So now we will transfer the piece from the initial blowpipe we started on to be able to work on the opposite side. We'll use a transfer rod, connect that little bit of glass. He'll put some water on that jack line he carved in earlier. The water will set in, create thermal shock, and then the vibrations will help release the glass when we tap on the pipe. So now we have a small access point that we'll put into the reheating chamber, get it nice and hot. The way that we know it's hot is by reading the color change. So when it looks orange, that means it's soft, super hot. We can manipulate the shape. So now he'll prepare the glass to be removed from the end of the pipe so we can put it into an annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight. We can't just leave it in the open environment because it'll crack. And so those inner layers are hot, those outer layers are a bit cooler. So the annealing oven will bring it all back down to room temperature together. He put a little water on that connection point, tapped the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. And then into the annealing oven, it'll go to where it'll cool down overnight. Welcome to the Hot Shop. My name's Emily. I'll be your MC for the day. We started off the day by making these low bowls here, a really pretty low black bowl on the table. I'm pretty sure we're going to do it all again in just a moment. If you guys have questions, feel free to ask. We'll allow them to get started, and then as they go through the next piece, I will let you guys know what's going on. So the process will start by dipping into the furnace to gather glass. The furnace are the ceramic tanks with the doors on the bottom. So the silver tanks with the doors on the top, sorry, on the front of them. As he dips into the furnace, the glass, it contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. So it's kind of like dipping into a jar of honey. So we start with about a fistful of glass, blow into the end of the pipe, and then a bubble will come out of the end of the pipe, similar to the shape of a balloon. And as long as we continue to build up those layers, we can continue to expand the bubble. Hello, I hope you all are having a happy Wednesday. Here in the hot shop, we are making the Lobos on the table here. So we have added color, we have gathered over that. The core of this piece is a clear bubble with a black overlay. And so you'll be able to see how it's black when we start to blow it out, more so towards the end. Currently, he's going in with the block to help cool down that gather they just added to the glass. That block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaking in water. The water will protect the wood as well as the surface of the glass. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to answer your questions. My name's Emily. Thanks for hanging out with us here in the hot shop. So as we go in and out of the reheating chamber, that just keeps the glass nice and hot. So now we'll go in with those jacks. The jacks are just a large tool used for carving and shaping the glass. So he'll tighten his grip to create a jack line there at the end of the pipe. And this is an indicator of the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. He'll blow into the end of the pipe, and with the papers, he'll shape the glass. The papers are folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water. Now we'll remove this piece from the initial blowpipe. So we'll prepare the transfer rod. We'll connect the transfer rod to the bottom of the bowl, take it off the initial blowpipe so we're able to open up the bowl. He'll put a little water on the pipe, tap it, and the glass will release. So within the furnaces here at the museum, we can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass. And one of the guests is interested in what the glass is made of. And so the components of the glass go into the furnace, we heat it up, and then the hot shop technician usually charges the furnace to refill those very low levels when we take too much glass from the furnaces. So can we see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more about the glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So he's just heating that connection point a few times to be able to prepare it. So when he adds water to it, it'll be nice and hot. Thermal shock will set in, and then he'll be able to tap the pipe to remove the glass from the end of the pipe. Welcome to the hot shop. We're making some bowls that are there on the table. They're low bowls. He'll put a little bit of water there on the end of the pipe. And then he'll tap it off onto the paddle and the hot torch the bottom just to make sure it's nice and smooth. Let's give them a big round of applause. We'll walk it over to the annealing oven where it'll rest. It'll slowly cool down in this annealing oven overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. On the left side, we've started the process again. We're going to make another low bowl, and so the process starts by dipping into the furnace. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnace is a large ceramic tank. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. As you rotate that hot steel pipe, the glass will naturally stick to it. And then when we come out of the furnace, we blow into the end of the pipe to create a bubble, similar to the shape of a balloon. It starts out small, and we add glass to continue to blow the bubble out. Thank you. So in order to be able to add color to the glass, we are using today the color overlay method, and we're laying black color over a clear bubble. So it kind of reminds me, solid color glass kind of reminds me of like a piece of chalk. It's a lot larger. Excuse me, sir. So this is a color bar. We get the color bar nice and hot, and we use just a piece of it to add color to the glass. So this is how the bowls are becoming black, because all of the glass in the furnace is clear. And this is just one way that we can apply color into the process. So in a moment, Sheena will bring a hot piece of color bar over to the bench. So now he's cutting a piece of the black color bar and laying it over the clear bubble. Those diamond shears are designed to cut in a 360. So in one snip, he can remove the extra materials and his hand's not, in the heat. Now he'll take that color bar and roll it all the way back towards the end of the pipe to encase the clear bubble. My name's Emily, and if you guys have questions, feel free to raise your hand, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. They're going to move. So he's gathered over that color overlay. It looks orange because it's hot, but when it starts to cool down, you'll be able to see the black color come through. He'll go in with that block. That block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaking in water. This will help cool down those outer layers while keeping the core nice and hot. And we want that so when we blow out the bubble, it'll evenly expand the piece. So now, as we work at the bench, we'll go in and out of the reheating chamber. The reheating chamber rests at about 2,300 degrees, and it's only designed to get the glass hot. He'll blow into the end of the pipe here while he uses the papers to shape the glass. The papers are just folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water. On July 19th, the mobile flame working units will be at Summerfest from 11 to about 6 p.m. So that's in Lakewood, Washington. And then also we'll be at the Seattle Art Fair alongside Pilchuck Glass School. And so if you happen to attend any of those events, seek out the mobile flame working or the mobile hot shop. And we'll be there doing live glass demonstrations. He'll put a little bit of water on the glass and then tap the pipe, and that will help disconnect the bowl from the initial blowpipe. So now we can open it up and work on the opposite side. We have to constantly go in and out of the reheating chamber just to keep the piece nice and warm. We don't want it to get too cold or else it may start to crack. And so that's why they keep going back and forth from the reheating chamber to the bench. We will have to put the bowl into the annealing oven to cool down overnight. We can't just leave it here in the hot shop because it'll crack. So as those inner layers are nice and warm, those outer layers are cool. They're a little chillier. And so we'll put it into the black annealing oven in just a moment. He hits the back of it there with the hot torch so it gets nice and hot. So when he puts water onto that connection point, thermal shock will set in and help release the glass from the pipe. A little bit of water, he'll tap the pipe to release the glass, and then we'll hot torch it. Let's give him a big round of applause. And then into the annealing oven, it will rest overnight until it cools back down to room temperature. And we'll do it all again in just a moment. We'll make another low bowl. And that process starts by dipping into the furnace to gather glass. For all the youth members here at the Museum of Glass today, I just wanted to tell you guys a little bit about our Kids Design Glass program. And this program is was created to inspire the youth to create like fine artists do. So as we prepare for the items we're going to make next, I just wanted to share with you guys the Kids Design Glass video so you can watch it. And if you're interested in participating in Kids Design Glass, you can get an application sheet in the grand hall on the table. So can we see the Kids Design Glass video for the youth?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one
It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen, the ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age are not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, I've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old. And, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special.
So now we're going to move forward to creating cylinders with extra bubbles inside of it. So we'll dip the glass into baking soda to create that chemical reaction to bring bubbles out of it into the surface. We're going to move to the middle bench, so in case you're worried about where you're sitting, we'll come to the center in a moment when they're done gathering up the glass. So dipping into the furnace, he is adding another gather around the glass they've already blown into to create a bubble. This bubble is the catalyst for hollow things made in glass. That extra gather will allow him to be able to shape and continue to blow out the bubble. He's shaping with the block. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaking in water. Every third Thursday here at the Museum of Glass, we're open from 5 to 8, and the Hilltop Artists, youth artists, are here in the museum creating, and they start making glass at about the age of 12, and they host the night away demonstrating their skill set. So if you're ever interested in watching the Hilltop Artists, youth artists blow glass here in the Hot Shop, be sure to come down on a third Thursday. And every second Saturday of the month, we have Family Day. So this Saturday is Family Day. The education staff will be hosting craft making in the Grand Hall. So we'll go in and out of the reheating chamber to keep the glass nice and hot so we can shape it at the bench and continue to blow it out. Can we see the glory hole diagram? The glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And it rests at about 2,300 degrees. The hollow fire brick within that barrel can withstand those very high temperatures. Thank you. He'll start to shape the glass and chill it down a bit with the papers. The papers are folded newspaper that have been soaking in water. He's blowing into the end of the pipe to expand that bubble. The glass will start to grow as he's shaping. He'll hold it up to help some of the materials naturally fall away from the end of the pipe there. We'll hit it with the torch so this area gets a nice preheat. So when we go into the glory hole to heat up the entire body of the piece, that area will become a bit softer. So he'll go in with his jacks and he'll squeeze, carving into the glass. We're creating a jack line. This here helps us indicate the end of the pipe, so it'll move the bubble from the end of the pipe. It also indicates the beginning of the piece. He'll hit the bottom with a little bit of air to help cool down the bottom. He'll rotate it on the paper marvers. The paper marvers are similar to when he's shaping the glass with his papers. They just they take the heat from the glass slower, and they provide a very smooth finish to the surface instead of rotating it on the steel table. So now we'll attach a connection point for a transfer rod, a little bit of water, tap the pipe, and it'll release the glass from the initial blowpipe. Now we'll be able to work on the opposite side of the piece. As you can see, she'll shield his hands as he's manipulating the glass because the thermal energy is what you can't see and you can't feel from where you are. But that piece is above, 2,000 degrees, so it's very hot. And so she's shielding him with those wooden paddles to protect his hand. Welcome to the hot shop. We're making glass. We're blowing glass here in the hot shop. I hope you guys are having a good summer. My name's Emily, and I'll take any questions you guys have in a moment. Right now, we're just getting the glass nice and hot to be able to give it some final touches, and then we're going to put it away and start another piece in a moment. All right, we're going to put a little bit of water on that end of the pipe there. We'll tap it. Let's give them a big round of applause. He'll hit it with the hot torch, put the Museum of Glass logo on the bottom. So items like this are made for the store, so you'll be able to purchase them at a different point in time. It'll go into the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight. We can't leave it in the hot shop in the natural environment because it will crack. So we have to let all the layers cool down evenly together. So the question for the visitors that just got to the hot shop was, how did the glass get color? And so today what we did was we laid color bar over a bubble, and then that's known as the color overlay process, and that is how we added color to the glass. And that's because all the glass in the furnaces is clear, and so we used what we call color bar. And color bar looks like this. We get it super duper hot at the end of a rod, and we cut a piece of it onto a clear bubble. So can we see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about how the glass got color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we'll make another vase in just a moment, and that process will start by dipping into the furnace. He's already dipped into the furnace actually and blown into the end of that pipe to create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. The glass looks like it's orange. That's only because it's hot. When it cools down, it'll be clear. We're going to lay the piece of color over that clear bubble, just like you guys watched in the video. And we're going to do what we call a blow through. So we're going to fade the color. It's dense right now, and it looks like it's a dark black color, but it won't be. As they work the process, gradually you'll be able to see what color it'll be as it chills slowly. So in a moment, Stina will bring the color bar over to the bench, and Max will cut the glass with his diamond shears. They cut in a 360, so in one snip, he'll be able to remove that extra material and his hand. He'll shape the glass with the block. The block is a hollowed out a piece of fruit wood that has been soaking in water to protect the wood as well as the surface of the glass. This will help cool down those outer layers and keep the core nice and hot so they can continue to expand the bubble. He'll dip it into the baking soda to bring bubbles to the surface. So intentionally, we want bubbles to be able to add some design to it. It'll only really affect the surface of the glass. That glass is so hot that it won't make the entire thing just kind of blow up or crack to the core. And then back into the furnace to gather more glass over the baking soda dip. The furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It rests at about 2,100 degrees. And it can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. He'll blow into the end of the pipe to continue to expand the bubble. We're making a large vase. and then back into the reheating chamber. The reheating chamber is only designed to keep the glass nice and hot. It rests at about 2,300 degrees, and it's lined with hollow fire brick. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. He'll use the papers to shape the glass. The papers are folded up newspaper that have been soaking in water. And now we'll carve into the glass. To create a jack line, this jack line will indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. It's a weak point. We want to have a nice carved in jack line to help release the glass from the initial blowpipe when they're ready to transfer it at a different point in the process. You can kind of see some of the color peeking through the glass, like hints of teal or green as it's starting to cool down in certain areas. It's only orange right now because we're keeping it super duper hot so we can continue to shape the glass. So now that the piece has become a bit longer, it'll be easier for him to shape on the paper marvering table. And that's just papers that have been soaked in water. Paper marvers are ideal. They don't take heat out of the glass immediately, so you can shape for a bit longer. And student will stand there with the paddle, which will help him just flatten the bottom up a bit, so the base will be able to stand. July 19th of this month, we'll be at Summerfest in Lakewood with flame working tables and torches. And so that is live demonstrations we'll have. So if you're interested in learning how glass is made on a torch, tabletop, we'll have some flame working demos. And then we'll also be at the Seattle Art Fair the 17th through the 20th. So be sure to look out for the Museum of Glass at both events. So we're just squaring up the bottom, shaping up the bottom. We have to work on the bottom before we can clean up the top because we're attached to the blowpipe. So as we touch the glass and shape the glass, the air will naturally, not necessarily seep out, but it'll go in different directions, that bubble. So we're able to reinforce the bubble. In just a moment, we're going to transfer it from the initial blowpipe onto a transfer rod to be able to work on the opposite side. If you guys have any questions, my name's Emily. I'll be happy to answer your questions. He'll attach the transfer rod. He'll put a little bit of water on the jack line that he carved in earlier. The thermal shock will set in, and then when he taps the pipe, the vibrations will help release the glass. Now he'll put the glass back on center to that transfer rod. The entire time they're working, the piece is to be, it's important that the piece is on center, so when you rotate, you'll be able to have all even touches while creating. He'll tweeze out that neckline, and then he'll go in with his shears and eliminate the extra material. Whenever the glass is super duper orange, that means it's very hot, soft, and you're able to manipulate it a bit better. Whenever it's the color it'll be when it cools down, that indicates it's very stiff and cold, but still too hot to touch. Then you go back over to the paper markers to reinforce that shape. The paper markers are ideal for not reducing the heat from the glass extremely fast, and they also provide a very soft finish to the surface. She'll shield his arm because you can't see that thermal energy radiating from the piece. It's well above 2,000 degrees, and so super duper hot. So she'll go in with those paddles to shield his arm. After this piece, we will take a lunch break, and then we'll come back in about 1 hour to do it all again. We'll be working until 5 o'clock. A little bit of water on that connection point. Thermal shock will set in. He'll tap the pipe, release it into the tongs, and then we'll put it into the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down. Whenever we'll hot torch it first and stamp with the Museum of Glass logo. Whenever we stamp items here with the Museum of Glass logo, they are also available in the store. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Into the annealing oven, it'll rest overnight. It cannot stay in the natural environment here in the hot shop, or else it will crack. We will take a lunch break for about 1 hour, and then we'll come back and we'll do it all again after lunch. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. We'll be back in just a little.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of a spherical element, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here in 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle, no pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history. The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm gonna leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glassmaking through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
Well, thank you guys all for being here and being such an integral part of my career. I tried to narrow my focus down to, it's basically two ideas. Stop. Yep. Do you guys all understand cameo engraving? So I'm cutting through layers of color to make an image. The more white glass that I remove, the darker the shading. It's a black cylinder with a white sheet on it, and the imagery all comes from photo booth pictures. So this is a cameo engraving on a blown form, but instead of just a white rectangle, it's these kind of blobby forms. Where the white sheet glass is will still be cameo engraved, but in between there'll be a line drawing to continue the image. So it's an interrupted image. I've been trying to figure out how to explain this to everyone in a way that makes sense, but you all might just have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, I actually went to college for 2 years for animation before I got into glass. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm really drawn to engraving, is it gets imagery that I enjoy drawing into glass blowing. I love the physicality of the glass blowing and the teamwork, and then I love going home and sitting by myself for hours. It's really meditative for me to do the engraving part, and then this is like loud and fast, and you don't really have, you have to just react, you know? So this process for me really feels like it kind of encompasses both things, the way my brain works, you know? little blowing. All right, we'll put a jack line in that. Are you okay? Yep. Yeah, I just want to blow it up now, Nick. Okay. How do you feel? Good. Okay. Yeah, do you want torching or anything? Is that the cerise? The cup? Yes.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glass blowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I've been wanting to try for a while, is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern-looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I wanted to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you could see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum, from developing the Visiting Arts program, working with curatorial closely. Having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the hot shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week, also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punting up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like beautiful.
No. Yeah, so now we're going to put a punny right here, Sarah. Ben, you've worn cargo shorts so long that they come out of style, in style, and back in style. Cap? I could have kept it more. I'm going to need some ramage. Ramming. Call me Nancy. I'm just cooling it. I'm not choking it anymore. Ooh, this is leaking. Got a little air on it? It's sitting right now. Okay. You ready? Flip. Pull, Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. And go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm going to get out real quick. Hoi. Give me some tweezers. We'll make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it.
How's it coming off?
You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens in. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in an installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon. So childhood cartoons and old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment. Incorporate bright and vibrant colors and, with a mixture of these black and white stripes and these crazy busy patterns. Glass was a wide open lane. When I first started blowing glass, just doing research on famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So my search results generated Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that needs to change. So instead of looking into them, it's just becoming one myself. I was so it's like a beam. I usually make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's it's not funky enough, So making it a little more funky, adding this crazy wild pattern and some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy, and then maybe off center a little bit, and then some elements are still straight, it's straight here and straight here, but it's a little funky in there. And then you're still using those traditional techniques Marini and cane, and then the Encamo technique, but trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background, is that cane?
It'll be opaque, so opaque color, so the first type effect. And then also playing into how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into fashion. Fashion also plays a role as me being a former musician or a rapper. So being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also hip hop as well, the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from fashion back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also wrestling. So those, my favorite wrestlers also had bright colors Macho Man and then Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. Everything that we're doing is experimentation. So we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just, you know, figuring out what the Marinis would do, and they're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know, you spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing. You know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape, and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadizda Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's, you know, it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work. To explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make Marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pore surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides. So I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studio, so I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondelles with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 days, all days, but, you know, after that we can just roll up and making lots of rondels. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make a large scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see a really good glass artist manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. Yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I see a lot rondels we made yesterday. It's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondels with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondels. So I really like how it turns out. I have a lot of designs on the paper, but working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to go back to the material what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So they just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It looks like it's kind of sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here, it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom can be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's a clear one or something like that. But
it looked pretty fresh.
It was fresh. It's very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it'd be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together. So as the neon went through it, optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
they are Bristol green and gold ruby K3. Yeah, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Okay.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turn brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color up. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So if you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's too thick?
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with like the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice,
Soft. Ooh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first poll. We'll
Yeah,
get better.
exactly. And so for polls, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just going to do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right? This is a smaller thing?
Yeah. So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like.
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah, it could be big.
It could be big, I guess.
But, well, I don't know. So, 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so. It's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide, if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. What would have? I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just
You get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
Jay.
My name is Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Whidbey Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle, where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. Really big yo-yos. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello and Merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. Patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the Radicello and all the Marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny, when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like, you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand. So when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. Since I start glass blowing, I always do figurative objects because I'm very into cartoon children books, because that's the way how I learn about like stories. And when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Teng. Is a mythological character that based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's gonna be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first start, glass color are very expensive, and I started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learned, and I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color, because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned, that's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Roman, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation in their space. What makes it special is not only that it's an institution founded in glass as a medium, but the fact that they were willing to allow me to push the medium to the limit and put it outside of the box of tradition. And so by using glass in all of its mediums, all of its ways of manipulating it, so neon, kiln form glass, casting, hot shop, flame working, I integrate everything and really highlight the ways that the material acts when it's caught in like an unorthodox moment. I saw my residency with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team as an opportunity to expand my studio practice a step further. So I focused on making really detailed glass elements that will act as the central components for larger installation work. And that series, I'm pushing in a direction where it actually is more physically kinetic and interacts with the audience. So a lot of it will be hooked up to proximity sensors and motion sensors that detect the presence of the audience and react to them. So when you initially walk into the space, the work will remain static and it will become alive as you walk through and engage with each individual piece. In a way, all of the work in here speaks to that, speaks to how I use the medium and how I highlight it in different ways. I would say specifically the things that people don't recognize as glass usually are. So I think that's kind of a fun play on the material, is sometimes I hide its identity and it really makes people question what it is. The aesthetic that I put onto my work that has that kind of whimsical, it could look childlike, or it could look like pre-teeny a little bit sometimes. I do that intentionally as a distraction to the audience. So it is meant to lure you in, kind of like a sugar-coated candy that's sour inside. You're gonna walk into this space kind of mesmerized and excited, but if you spend time with the work, you start to reveal these darker layers and complexities that make up the bigger picture. For me, the future of my career, what I really want to do is have a solo exhibition at the Guggenheim and be a Guggenheim Fellow. I really want to bring glass to an arena in the art world where it's not just isolated as a craft medium and as a medium that's seen as this delicate and fragile kind of material. I really want to amplify and show off the qualities of glass that speak to that kind of gestural, emotional narrative that you can really capture. And I feel like the art world hasn't really given glass that opportunity yet. There hasn't been that many people that have pushed outside of making a beautiful object. And so that's really what I'm focused on doing as far as advancing the material as I grow my practice. So my hope is just to make my work more and more interactive, to the point where it can't be ignored. You have to have an encounter with it, and it's just close enough to living where it has a fantastical kind of energy to it. But I still think that I'll always draw from my personal experiences when it comes to concepts and the ideas that kind of underpin the work.
I'm Cheryl Derricat, and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. So we have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, and some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of challenging contemporary dialogues about things like race and equity and place, and it was because we really hadn't dived into our history. And so when I had the opportunity to do a group show at the French consulate, I realized that, whether I liked it or not, it was time to dive into Thomas Jefferson, who was one of our most notorious French ambassadors. It's important for all artists to do the work that they're called to do. And I know for my own practice, I work pretty intuitively. So if the inquiry is leading me toward a topic that's about race, I'm not going to shy away from it, And I think American history is a very convoluted situation, to say the least, and so the more we can own that, I think there's hope for us to hopefully move forward in a better state than we've been the last few hundred years. Ultimately, most of my work at home results in warm glass. I have a large kiln in my studio in San Francisco, and I also do some work on paper and textiles. So I would say a through line of all of my work is visual storytelling, text, and image, whether it's in glass or on paper or textile. So it has been great to be at the Museum of Glass. The Hot Shop team here is amazing. We have been under Gabe's leadership this week, and I think the best thing he said to me was yesterday, boy, that was really challenging and fun at the same time, because I think these are familiar objects, but we've certainly been looking at them through the lens of the 18th century. So, you know, a spool of thread was wood. It really wasn't the kind of conventional spool of thread we think about today. The handles on scissors are a little different than our contemporary scissors. So I have really appreciated being able to partner with such great glass-blowing professionals that care about that level of attention to detail and actually enjoy it, even when it's a little maddening sometimes.
Twice if you can make it. Yeah.
Can I make one?
Yes. Yep.
Be snappy.
Look at that bottom. Yeah, sure. Just once is fine.
Just got the once.
Awesome.
Can I touch those?
Yeah, totally.
What are you going to touch, man? I'm good. Touch those two together when we come off. We got a little time.
You say when?
Do you want to touch those or not? No, because I need to take that out. Three on the right, Eden. Well, all
attachment thing has like some element that is like coordinating whatever, or like drilling holes and putting like brass like fittings through, or I don't know, like seeing as how they're hollow, that makes that a lot easier.
Yeah, way stronger, lighter.
Yeah, yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. Thing, but maybe it's like black on the outside, but they put like gold inside it, and the light like reflects off the gold, and then like does stuff around it and things like that.
So, I mean, it's a cool idea. I'd have one of these in my house.
Thank you.
You know?
Well, see what happens. The two whites. Yeah, just they're two pieces. So like one of the whites with white canine, and then the other.
Oh, the white on the.
It's opaline.
Do you want to use that first?
Yeah.
Okay. So
and then
opaline and white cane.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then the second one will be the next white and white cane.
Okay.
That's kind of like a milky white.
So I'm getting ready for a show in the fall at St. Louis Art Museum, and I'm trying to work through these apothecary vessels. So they're sort of multi-part blown glass pieces. I just told Nick that I saw one at the Corning Museum that was 4 feet high. So we'll see how much we can sort of pull off there. But they do have sort of different stands and displays. It was meant to signal to people who were illiterate that this was a pharmacy. So I'm interested in that sort of aspect of form and color and messaging, and how that sort of relates to conversations around healing today. Sketches with colored glass, and I ordered some colored glass that arrived yesterday. So I think some of them will have colored glass, but today we're starting with mostly clear glass. The photographs are much better than my drawings, but hopefully we'll knock out some of these. As you can see, a lot of them have like colored liquid in them. So that will be the second phase after the hot shop experiment. So I'm excited to be here. Thank you, Jabari, for really making this happen. We met probably 15 years ago in New York City when Jabari was at Mokata. So I'm really happy to be part of the show, and thank you to everyone who made this show happen, and thank you for bringing me out.
I'm Preston Singletary, and I'm from Seattle, Washington, working here at the Museum of Glass. This week I'm working on this bust, which will be incorporated into a larger sculpture. There's an example over here of this bust form with the sort of the head and the hat, something I developed for the show and actually haven't made very many more of them because there's so much work. And so they are ancestral figures, so just sort of bringing kind of like a human element into sort of this sculptural form. I'm going to take advantage of the larger glory hole and make some more proportionate bust forms. Friday, I'm having Dante Marioni come, and we're going to work on a few things together, our sort of ongoing collaborations. Dave Walters is going to help me working on these cylinder forms. Yeah, whatever you think would be good for firing. Yeah.
Yeah, these shapes are the ideal shapes to fire.
Yeah. It's a way of working. I'm very heavily influenced by modernism and Henry Moore and Calder and that whole modernist era, and because in a lot of cases they were really inspired by indigenous art, Native American art. So I found that kind of fascinating. So I was kind of juxtaposing that and trying to take inspiration from the things that they made. Over this, however long I've been working with this style, native style, it started in like 1988, and I really put my foot down at about 95 to develop it as far as I can. And so then I started playing with these kind of abstractions and sort of modern kind of a take on the traditional art. Well, I started, as a glass maker, just blowing glass, and, really into the process of, blowing things and controlling the material as best I could. But then when I turned to my cultural background, it really opened up a lot of doors for me, but I also had to kind of relearn, rethink my approach to the material. And so it really led me on this path, which caused me to think about things that were a lot more figurative and narrative, because that ties in with the mythology of the Tlingit tribe. So then I started to, when I came up with the Raven in the Box of Daylight exhibition, which is traveling, then that is, was a big exploration into the mythology and the symbolism behind the story itself, and then how could I represent that with objects and tell the story in this, in this experiential way. And now I'm sort of on to the next chapter, like, okay, Raven did all these things in ancient history, so what's he up to now?
My name is Ade Jean-Baptiste, and I'm from Westchester, New York. My work kind of tackles this idea of these creatures moving through this landscape. They're oftentimes a metaphor for the feeling of otherness. So it kind of is a metaphor for my own personal experience of maybe not being like the first one to land. My parents are immigrants. They immigrated to the U.S. during the 80s, but this kind of second generation that is kind of both kind of part of this other culture that is not American, but trying to fit into this American culture, which is with these aliens, it's the same thing. These aliens, they can't be human. They will always be alien, but they're kind of co-opting parts of human culture. So you can kind of see in some of the figures, the clothing that they wear, even sometimes the expressions and the kind of the funky things that I add to them that kind of push that narrative further. Color is really, really important in my work. I like to use the strongest opacity of color possible. Growing up, color was always around me. It kind of ties into growing up in a very, or adjacent to an urban environment and thinking about graffiti culture and things like that, where color is a huge part. It also is a way to kind of signify ourselves. I think my philosophy on art, it comes from a lot of different places. I would say that a lot of it comes from a place of conversation and community. So a huge part of my work, while I do have a huge artistic practice, I have a huge social practice. I wouldn't be here standing today without a larger community. Even just the flight out here, I was supported by Hilltop Artists, and I did a residency with them a week before. Even all the color bar that I have for this residency, I was sponsored by Olympic Color Rods. Shout out to them, they're amazing. And so I think that at its core, art for me is community. What even brought me into thinking about concepts of community was coming from a place of wanting to see more of myself within the hot shop space. During my undergraduate time, I ended up working with my professor, and we collaborated on a series called the Black Glass Artist Series, where we bring in artists who are coming from the Afro diaspora to Alfred, New York to do a week-long residency where they get to make their work as well as collaborate with students. For me, that was really important because it came out of time through a lot of pain within the African-American community here in the U.S. during everything that was happening during BLM, and for a larger part of the U.S., them starting to kind of wake up and be like, gee willikers, like this is an issue. And so kind of utilizing people's kind of empathy toward that and kind of holding their feet to the fire, and like, if this is something that you're passionate about, donating money and working together. I was very fortunate to have Thurman Statham come down for our first auction and help donate some of his pieces and even be an auctioneer.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the day. Before lunch, we were working on some glass vases that we dipped in soda water to bring bubbles to the surface, so designs to the surface of the glass. So what that process looks like is we'll start by heating up the color and then also dipping into the furnace and blowing into the end of the pipe to create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. They'll add a little bit of color to the top of that clear bubble. So we have to add color into the process because all of the glass within our furnaces is clear. The furnaces are the tanks with the silver bottoms with the doors on the front of them. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And they rest at about 2,100 degrees. Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. The hot glass likes to stick to the hot steel, and this will allow us to gather up as much glass as we need to be able to create a piece. So there on the screen, you can see the bubble is starting to cool down. The additional rod that was just placed at the bench, that is a color bar. Color bar is how we get a solid finish on the surface of the glass. It looks like it's black and orange. Really, it's just hot. And the way that colors hold heat always translate different visually than what they will be when they cool back down to room temperature. He'll come over and then with the diamond shears, he'll remove some of the material, and now with that little bit of color, he'll stretch it all the way back towards the end of the rod over the bubble, and that's why it's called a color overlay. On July 19th, the Museum of Glass will have flame working tables at Summerfest in Lakewood, Washington. So if you're interested in watching glass be made tabletop on a torch, you can go out to the Summerfest Summer Festival in Lakewood. And then we will also have mobile hot shop glass blowing demonstrations at the Seattle Art Fair the 17th through the 20th. We're not going to make a vase first. We're actually going to make a low bowl first. So we've added some black color over the clear bowl. Now, in order to expand that bubble to make it larger, we'll dip into the furnace, gather some more glass, and we'll continue to blow the bubble out. He'll go in with that block. That block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaking in water. This will allow him to harness that really sporadic molten energy by cooling down those outer layers while keeping the core nice and hot. We want the walls on the outside to be chilled and even, so when we blow into the pipe, it all expands together. In a moment, they'll start to blow into the bottom of the pipe there to continue to expand the bubble. He'll go in with his papers. They're just folded newspapers soaked in water, which will allow him to shape the glass. So as we blow into the end of the pipe, they're shaping the bottom. The bottom has to be shaped first, and then we'll remove it from the initial blowpipe, and we'll work on the top to open it up. He'll shoot it with the air just to cool it down a bit. We're making this bowl here on the podium. So now we've prepared the transfer rod. We'll connect it to the bottom. He'll put a little bit of water on the jack line that he carved in earlier. So the low point, the thermal shock will set in. He'll tap the pipe and the vibrations will help release the glass. So once it's been transferred off, now we will be able to open up the opposite side to open the bowl. For all my youth guests that are here visiting, Museum of Glass has a really awesome program, and it's known as Kids Design Glass. And if you're 12 and under, you can apply to the Kids Design Glass program. And the applications are located in the Grand Hall. And you don't have to be local. You can be from anywhere really in the world at this point, which is super cool. But if your illustration is chosen by the Hot Shop team, one item will be made in glass, and it'll be kept in our permanent collection. And then one will be made and sent home. And you can see the kids' design glass illustrations in the art alley. So if you have any interest in creating like the fine artists do here in the Hot Shop, feel free to apply to the Kids Design Glass program. And if the Hot Shop calls you, you're a winner. He'll hit it with the the fluffy torch a few times right there at the end because he's preparing to remove the glass from off of the pipe. And so that means that you want that back part there to be nice and hot, so when we put water on it, the thermal shock will set in. And then when he taps it, it'll pop off naturally. He'll hold it upwards so when he puts water onto it, it doesn't touch the piece. You don't want the water to interfere with what you've created. A little water. Hold it over the paddle and tap the pipe. Pop it off and then he'll hot torch it. Let's give him a big round of applause for his hard work. And now they'll take it over to the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight inside of one of the boxes. You can't just leave it here in the hot shop to cool down naturally, because the inner layers and the outer layers, they cool at different rates. And so it'll cool down overnight in the annealing oven. So we'll do it all again, and the process will start by getting the color bar nice and hot to add color to the glass. The reheating chambers that we work in and out of, those are powered by natural gas and forced air. They're only designed to reheat the glass to keep it nice and hot, and they rest at about 2,300 degrees to allow us to be able to work the glass. So Max is shaping that color bar that he will shortly add to the clear bubble to add color to the glass. So you laid the color over the clear bubble, shaped it all the way back towards the end of the pipe, and now the color overlay is applied to the bubble. In a moment, we'll gather over this to be able to continue to blow the bubble out. So we're going to make another low bowl similar to the one here on the podium. We'll dip into that furnace. That furnace rests at about 2,100 degrees, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass. It looks orange when it comes out, but when it cools down, it will be clear. So in order to get the color into the glass, we had to lay black over a clear bubble. For the guests that are just joining us, they were not able to see the color overlay process. So can we see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about how glass gets color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So you just carved a jack line in, and then as he shapes the glass with the papers, he'll go back in to reinforce that jack line. This jack line helps move the bubble away from the end of the pipe. It also helps indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So now we'll start to shape the bottom. She'll follow as with the paddle on the bottom of the piece there to help make it nice and flat so it'll be able to sit up properly. So now he'll mark the bottom, and then we'll come over with a transfer rod, and we'll take this piece from the initial blowpipe we started on and transfer it onto an additional rod to be able to open up the top to make it a functional bowl. Every third Thursday here at Museum of Glass, the Hilltop Artist Program, which is the youth artists, come here to the hot shop from 5 to 8, and they work and they display their skill sets and knowledge of glass blowing. We're open free to the public every third Thursday here at Museum of Glass. A little water and a tap on the pipe, and the vibrations help release the glass. The jacks that he's using have wood on the end of them to be able to shape the inside of the bowl without leaving stress marks on the inside. And so they give a soft finish. So he'll go in and he'll start to widen out the top portion of the bowl here. He'll use the fluffy torch to heat the end of the pipe there to just get this area nice and warm. We're going to prepare to take it off the pipe in a moment. And when we go into the reheating chamber, that portion of the pipe goes in last and it comes out first. So that's why he'll continue to torch the back, just isolate it. So he wants to get it nice and warm so we can remove it from the pipe. Put a little bit of water on the glass there. Tap the pipe, lay it on the paddle, and give it a nice hot torch to smooth out any of the extra detachment glass. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then it'll go into the annealing oven where it'll rest overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. We can't just let it stay in the hot shop because the inside is nice and warm and the outer layers are chillier. So into the annealing oven it'll rest until tomorrow. And the process starts all over again by dipping into the furnace. The furnace is the large ceramic tank there with the doors. It's the ones with the silver bottoms and the doors on the front of them. The furnaces hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. They're powered by natural gas and forced air, and they run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they rest at 2,100 degrees. Dipping into the furnace, that hot glass likes to stick to the hot steel, and so we'll be able to get a small gather, blow into the end of the pipe, which will create a bubble. Similar to what Max has made on the big screen there. It looks orange. Oh, he'll blow into it and cap it. And then a bubble will come out of the end. It looks orange because it's hot. But when it cools, it'll be clear. So we'll let the bubble rest and cool down before they bring over some color to lay over the clear bubble. So now she'll bring over the hot glass. It looks orange, but it'll cool down to the color it will be closer to when it's all the way chilled later. He'll go on with the diamond shears to remove the extra material in one snip. And now he'll take that color and he'll stretch it all the way back toward the end of the pipe. And this is known as a color overlay. As we work in and out of the reheating chambers from the bench to the reheating chamber, we use this oven to just heat the glass up to get it super duper hot. There's no raw material, so there's no glass inside of the reheating chambers. There's only heat. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it rests at about 2,300 degrees. So we just rest at the bench for a minute to let the glass cool down a bit before we dip back into the furnace. As he rotates that glass into the furnace, he'll be able to capture another gather of glass. The more glass that we gather, the more we can blow the bubble out to expand the piece. He'll go over to the pipe cooler to cool the pipe down. Stainless steel is not the best conductor of heat, but it does start to get warm when you continue to dip into the high temperature furnaces and ovens. He'll go in with that block just to cool down those outer layers. As she blows into the glass, it'll expand the bubble. You want the core to be nice and hot and the outer layers to be chilled and evenly shaped. So then when you blow it out, it'll all blow out evenly together. We're going to move to the middle in a moment. Not yet. The next step will be to dip it into the bucket of soda water. And so it'll have bubbles on the surface just for, design on the surface of the glass. So now we'll go back in with that block. That block has been soaking in water to protect the wood and the surface of the glass. When he came out of the furnace and he stripped the glass into that bucket, we can recycle that glass, but if the glass has color in it or if it touches the ground, we can't recycle it. Meaning we can put it back into the furnace and recharge it to refill those very high levels. So he'll blow into the end of the pipe as he shapes it with the papers. The papers are just folded up newspaper that have been soaking in water. He'll give this area a preheat before he goes in to carve in a jack line. Oh, he's heating up the jacks. I'm sorry. He's heating up the jacks to be able to carve in a jack line. He put some wax on the jacks to be able to prevent the sound of like squeaky brakes. If you don't lubricate the jacks and you carve into the glass, it'll sound like really bad brakes screeching. She'll use that paddle to protect his arm. That glass is super duper hot, and that thermal energy is what you can't see or feel from a distance. But it's well above 2,000 degrees, and so she'll protect him as he shapes the glass. So as he carves into the glass, he's creating a jack line, and this is a reference point. It indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. It'll help us take this. It'll help us take the glass off of the initial blowpipe at a different point in the process. So now we'll go over to the paper marver, and the paper marver is similar to using the papers when he's shaping the glass. And so because it's gotten a bit longer, though, it's better to do it on the table. The paper marver, it doesn't take heat from the glass quickly, so we're able to get more shaping in. He'll hit it up against those paddles to help flatten the bottom. We always work and shape the bottom before we work on the top, and that's because we're connected to the air. We're making a vase. So steel's not the best conductor of heat. Aluminum and copper conduct heat great, right? So, but not steel. So it will get warm in certain areas to touch, but it won't actually travel down that rod. It's really thick also. So we'll follow the bottom as she paddles it. He's just making sure that those outer walls are nice and even. Now we're going to transfer the piece from the initial pipe we started on onto a transfer rod so we can clean up the opposite side and open it up. So give it a little flash. We want this area to be nice and hot, so when we put water on that jack line, thermal shock will set in, and then when we tap it, the vibrations will release the glass. After we transfer this piece off of the initial blowpipe, I'll tell you guys a little bit more about how the piece got color for those of you who just joined us, and then I'll let you guys know the color overlay application process, but not yet, after we take it off the blowpipe. Put a little water on that jack line we carved in, tap the pipe, and it'll release the glass. When you tap the pipe and release the glass, because it's heavy and the connection point might still be a little warm, naturally it'll just kind of fall, and so you kind of have to follow it. Don't go against it because it could potentially come off. Follow it and then give it a flash in the reheating chamber. Now he'll put it back on center. The entire time they're working, the piece always has to be on center. So as they center this glass up, can we please see the color overlay video to learn how the glass got color? Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So now we'll flash the connection point with some heat. And we're preparing to take this off of the pipe to put it into the annealing oven where it'll rest overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. He'll put a little water on that connection point and then tap the pipe. We'll give it a torch and then stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. Everything made at MOG in the stores, made here in the hot shop. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. It'll go into the oven overnight to cool down to prevent any sort of shock. And in just a moment, we'll do it all again. So as we begin our next piece here, we're making some vases with bubbles in the surface. She's adding color to the clear bubble. All the glass in the hot shop that we gather from the furnace is clear. So we're adding color to the surface of the glass by getting a color bar nice and hot, laying it over a clear bubble. And then as we lay it over the bubble, we'll stretch it all the way back towards the end of the pipe. Those reheating chambers that we use here in the hot shop rest at about 2,300 degrees, and so they're super duper hot. And they allow us to keep the glass nice and hot and soft so we can shape it into items. And specifically, we're making a vase. So as we set the bubble up with color on it, we'll then take a rest and then add some glass just for a moment at the bench. And then we'll gather more glass around it so we can continue to expand the bubble. We're making a cylinder. So he'll go in with that block to cool down the glass after he's gathered from the furnace. That block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaking in water to protect the surface of the glass and the wood. We're making a vase, a cylinder vase. It's important that we go in and out of the reheating chamber to keep the glass nice and hot, to continue to be able to expand the bubble and to create the cylinder. So we dipped it into the bucket of baking soda to be able to put bubbles on the surface. Then we went back into the furnace to get another gather of glass, and now we're going to start to blow it out. Whenever we take and strip the glass into the bucket there, we can, well, not that bucket, but the other buckets. We can recharge, we can recycle that glass. He'll blow into the end of the pipe as he shapes the glass with the papers. The papers are folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water. He'll just cool the tip down with a little compressed air. He'll reinforce that jack line that he carved in. That jack line helps indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. It will help us be able to transfer the piece from the initial blowpipe at a different part in the process. So as he blows into the glass, it'll help expand the glass, and he's shaping it with the papers. He'll marber on the paper marbers just to shape the glass. It's getting a bit longer, so it helps shape and flatten the bottom as well. The paper marbers, they do a great job at not taking the heat from the glass, so we have more ability to maximize shaping. And it also leaves a soft finish on the surface. So she'll follow the bottom as he shapes the bottom, as he uses the jacks to shape the bottom. She'll put the paddle so she can help flatten the very bottom of the vase. So now we'll connect the transfer rod to the opposite side. He'll put some water on the jack line in just a moment. A little bit of water. Tap the pipe and it'll release the glass from the end of the pipe. So when the glass is super duper orange, that means it's scorching hot and it's very soft, which allows us to be able to shape the glass. And so he'll pluck it out and then he'll go in with his shears and eliminate some extra materials to create a very nice and even lip around the top of the cylinder. she'll paddle or she'll shield his hand as he just cleans up, puts a few final touches on the top of the vase. So now we'll prepare to remove the glass from the pipe, and so he'll flash the back. That area, we want to get it nice and hot, so when we put water on it, it'll shock, and then we'll be able to tap it off the pipe. We'll tap it, and then we'll torch it with the Museum of Glass logo. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. It'll go over into the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. And in just a moment, we'll do it all again. So the process starts again by gathering glass, the clear glass from the furnace, and then we blow into the end of the pipe. As we blow into the end of the pipe, Stina is currently getting ready the color bar. Color bar will get nice and hot. We'll lay it over the clear bubble, stretch it all the way back towards the end of the pipe, and that is how we'll add color to the glass today. So now we'll give it a little puff of air just to reinforce that starter bubble, and we're going to rest for just a moment before we dip back into the furnace to gather some more glass. We're making a cylinder. So that furnace there, it holds up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. When it comes out, it looks like it's orange, but when it cools down, it will be clear. It's just very, very hot. So we'll take another gather, strip off some of the extra material, and then we'll move to the center bench. It's important that we shape up those outer layers and make sure they're nice and cool and even, so when we blow into the bubble, it'll expand evenly. As we work in and out of these reheating chambers from the bench to the reheating chamber, it's only designed to keep the glass hot. It rests at about 2,300 degrees. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. And the hollow fire brick within that barrel can withstand those high temperatures. So we'll give it a torch there at the end of the pipe. We want this area to get a little bit softer. So when we go back into the reheating chamber, it'll have a nice preheat on it. We're going to carve in a line of tension. We're going to carve in a jack line, help separate the bubble from the end of the pipe. It's important to have a really good carved in jack line so we can release the glass from the end of the pipe at a different point in the process. So he'll go in with the jacks and squeeze his grip. Those two large blades will carve into the surface of the glass. And then back in with those papers. The papers are just folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water. He'll blow into the end of the pipe to continue to expand the bubble. So now we'll go over to the paper marver. The paper marver is similar to shaping the glass with the handheld papers. It's gotten a little bit longer though, so as we rotate it on this paper marver, it does a great job at slowly reducing the level of the heat, but it'll allow us to continually shape the glass. Now we'll transfer it off of the initial blowpipe we started on so we can work on the opposite side and clean up the top, open it up and clean up the lip.